How's it going, everyone? And welcome. Man, oh man, welcome. Welcome to the finale of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. Now, a couple of things before we actually start the last section of the game. Because, for starters, this is gonna be a very, very long stream. Like, you guys have no idea. I mean, it's probably not gonna be longer than the ones we've been doing on Twitch, like 3 hours, 4, no. It's not gonna be like that, but for Ace Attorney standards, it's probably gonna be, yeah, long. Pretty long, trust me. And, second of all, be prepared. Just buckle up. The finale to this game is nothing short of phenomenal, and I hope you guys can enjoy it as much as I did the first time I played it. Oh, man. So yeah, I guess we're just starting. There's nothing else to do. At last stream, we actually concluded the investigation of the case with Phoenix at the helm already. We re-encountered Gatto, who was missing. We learned that Maya is probably stuck at the inner cavern, at the inner temple cavern, and we don't have long to save her life. So yeah, interesting stuff that we need to conclude right now. So here we go. Part 4-1, Trial. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Good morning. Oh? Are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So, is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then, how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Yep, Edgeworth. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Francisca von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Gatto? Gatto. Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the headman's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Gatto intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. I know. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. That's awesome. Still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunham. No, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Well, well, well. February 10th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Hold on, guys. Let me just see if everything's fine. Everything seems to be fine, at least. All right. Shall we? Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Asakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Oh, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers early this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad he couldn't be here. Alrighty, let's go. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Gatto. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Gatto, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. And hey, Husky, how's it going? She'll claw no. Yep. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. She has had a change of heart? Oh god, no. Oh, sorry. My headphones. Sorry for us. Wait a minute, guys. Just making sure everything is hunky-dory fine. Hopefully. Sorry about this, guys. I know it's taking a little while. Alright. Everything's fine. Let's keep going. My name is Iris. I am the simple man undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. And after her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? What a start, eh? Order in the court! Order! Witness! Are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Ugh, that Gatto. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Oh boy. Iris was covering for someone? No, I'm definitely up at the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. I swear I can see Isn't That Right without Leon Kawat after it. Isn't that right, Leon? One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would learn myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Oh shit. Not again, Maya! Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Order! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer!
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes, and then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
That's ridiculous! Maya could never do such a... Defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Oh boy, Maya is indicted of a crime. Great. I smell bullshit. Same. The real murderer.
I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole her weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
Okay. So it was in self-defense.
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first.
Oh boy.
That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal.
Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Well, let's go then. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden.
Alright.
Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection! Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she?
Excuse me?
I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor,
Mystic Elise struck Mystic Maya with her staff. And hey, golly, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. I skipped on my lunch coffee for this. Alright, I skipped on my lunch coffee to be able to drink later, so don't worry. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, I mean Miss Faye.
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that?
While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
Naught but lies! She moved in to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Gotcha. Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? And Elise Dunham tried to stab her with this weapon. If any of this was true, because it's 100% BS, Maya be like, this is what you get from taking pearls from me. Combo ender. Yep. To kill Miss Faye.
Yes, exactly.
Ah. You look like I did after... You'd look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Yes, there is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Gatto's badass level over 9,000. Okay, now let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. I have a sneaking suspicion. I don't know, guys. It could be anything. It could be just about anything. It just could be about anything. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. Gatto is in charge now, and like Manfred, Gatto looks cool doing it. Yep, that's one weird looking dagger.
But all you can do with the staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands. Already was repeated, I noticed. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, who is the best defense attorney in Ace Attorney? I want to say either Edgeworth or Apollo. I like Apollo. I don't know. Or maybe Edgeworth's father, Gregory Edgeworth. I don't know. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. Or maybe it's a certain coffee addict. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. Raymond Shields is my pick. I've never played Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Never. I need to play it. I still haven't finished the first one. But there's something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright!
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Dunham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Real name, Misty Fey, Maya's mother and master of the Korean channeling technique. Yep. Actually, after this one, it's gonna be Apollo Justice, because chronologically it makes sense. It came out in 2007. After this one came out in 2005, so... Next one is Apollo Justice. Looking forward to that one, honestly. One of my favorite games. Elise Dunham would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunham. Her real name was... Misty Fey. Right.
No! Not Misty Fey!
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also... the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Same, Judge.
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dunham actually the great mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Order! Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, 1. That the victim supposedly threw away his sword during a fight. And 2. That the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing.
Yes? What is this one little impossible thing?
Still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps.
Could you get to your point?
I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
What a Chad! What a Chad! God damn. You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to see?
Caffeine poisoning goes... God, it was above that, golly. Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be a bloodstain.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck on the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. Yes. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Were you even listening, old man? First heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Wow, went up 5 cups of coffee. Impressive. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of.
A bit early, but yeah. A bit is an understatement, golly. We're gonna be here a while. We're gonna be here a while today, guys.
I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Cute girls never lie. Ever. Okay.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon.
Yeah.
Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story. Oh,
damn, they've 1v1, no items. Wait, there was items. Fox only, Final Destination. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Let's go. No, that's their side B attacks. Alright, stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so... I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
She dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon.
Alright.
What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck in the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing sounds especially strange yet. Yep, third time. When did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her?
Mystic Elise was on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern.
For their sideward special, they wield a dagger. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim?
Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger.
Still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. Yeah. That serial killer will be caught. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it! Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise.
Something's not right here. If I recall correctly... Sorry, bruh. That ain't flying. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
Stab. Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. Exactly.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim who had their back to the stone lantern. Correct? What? She was stabbed in the back. It was the spy. It was the spy. Can't kill spy.
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff. The people fighting being mother and daughter. And now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Gatto, explain yourself! The witness was quite unambiguous with about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? By the way, did you know? The Inner Temple has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is there training, The stone lantern in the garden is to always be lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to be nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. Who the hell names their child Bikini? I think it's her nun name. Not sure though. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Wright? No! Order! 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 Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your minds. Gato just brought the whole stone lantern with him. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern! Okay, Gato, you're cool, but cease with that edge. This lantern, there's something written on it. What? Why? It's written in blood! Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says Maya upside down! What the?
Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya.
The edge could have probably could have been what the victim. Nice.
She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her.
Oh, of course, right? Right. It's the staple of Ace Attorney. Maya has to be written in blood.
With the blood that was draining out of her body.
It certainly looks that way. Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Oh boy. Could it be he can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. 11037. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that this crime scene was dark. Yep. Well, Justice for All didn't have that. And that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Gatto, anything further? Mr. Gatto? Okay then, let's move on. Gatto is literally shaking and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. Are you sure, Phoenix? I believe it has now been established that Miss Dunham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong! Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Husky, don't post sauce here. Oh god. Let's hear it. We're all ears. Alright. This isn't going too well, is it?
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the crime tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across the ski bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shikishito to alter the way the wound looked.
Okay, something's obviously bad. So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fake Clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunham was actually Misty Faye. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor.
I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Well then. This doesn't look good, does it? Alright. So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the arguments?
It wasn't until Mystic Mai saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done.
My duty to protect the future master of the Quran tradition. Okay. So then, you knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. She did. The part I like about Ace Attorney Investigations is that while Allegro is the theme you hear when you're cornering the witness, Edgeworth goes even further beyond with... Yeah, Presto is just awesome.
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
Move the body from the inner temple by myself. Sorry, had to yawn a bit. Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Mai to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh? All the way across the ski bridge. It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Ah, makes perfect sense to me, for the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Use the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to the ski bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? About... Yeah, the one thing that was nagging Edgeworth was... Where is the photo? Yeah, the tracks. There should have been 2 sets of tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally, you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see 1 set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see, snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
Interesting. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ah, this should be fun. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Yeah, sister, that's not a thing. I need to see, first of all, I need to see when Elise died. 10 to 11 p.m. You have snow. Haha, golly, that's so funny. Alright, let's see. Snow, yep. Sorry, Iris. That's not true. Or maybe it is. Wait, I was pretty sure that was it. But it is, okay. Maybe Golly was right, I have snow power here. Haha, it's so funny. I hate getting things wrong in this game. God damn it, Golly. Hey. Alright. I'm trying to look for something here. See, this is what I was thinking about. Yeah, that's it. Objection. The testimony contradicts the evidence. No. Fuck. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. How could she have crossed Dusky Bridge if Dusky Bridge didn't exist anymore? Oh man, Satan's missing this. I told him yesterday, don't miss out. You'll want to see the finale. He's probably... Oh boy, hold on a minute, guys. Okay, just checking out if everything's fine. Yeah, everything seems to be fine. Yeah, alright, let's keep going. You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed the ski bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it. It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Order! 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 The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way she could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. And any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. And hey BBR, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. Old man. So when do we present the attorney badge as finishing evidence? Dude, I wish this was the case. I wish this was the case, but as we all know it isn't. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? Off-screen grinding? Nice. I did that this morning. The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not. Ah, alright, fair. Yeah. There are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunham was discovered in the Hazakura temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Ace Attorney Investigations to Best Ace Attorney. Until I play it, and until I can form an opinion about it, this one is the best. Sorry. Witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dunham's body. He makes a good point. On both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? It wasn't myself at all. I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. Why the fuck you lying? But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Ugh. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burned-out bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. Ha 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 ha. Well then. Again, sorry. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Oh shit! What was the enemy stand, golly? Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Oh shit. Please add an explanation for that in your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony? Moving the body. I remember playing through this the first time. You guys are not gonna believe this, but I was actually in my father's office because he was taking me there, like, not every day, but most days, just to work a bit there, and in my downtime I would play this. It was fucking awesome. While the bridge was burning, the killer used Zawardo. Yes, but can't the killer just use Zawardo for like 9 seconds at most?
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body, so I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross the burning bridge?
So it was just a misunderstanding. I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Aha! The killer ran really fast, okay? It certainly was burnt to a crisp. And one of the suspension wires is gone. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. That's right. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Final. Ha! That's a good joke, Judge! I like it, I like it.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body.
I'm not even gonna press on stuff, honestly.
So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying there's a way to cross a burning bridge?
You're not gonna like me for doing this, but, what? Yeah, objection. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ah, you're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. Yep. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Loris Dunham. Brilliant? Highly gifted.
Apprentice?
Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. I knew it. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Or are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha. Well, Wright, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes. Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. Okay, he's going to go for the 1-2, I'm pretty sure, unlimited penalty. So, the victim got yeeted across the bridge. Damn, Iris do kind of be strong, though. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Gato say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive me any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Lois Dunham is... I'm pretty sure it is exactly what happened. I'm gonna select it. Same, golly, same. Yeah, it's exactly what happened. Of course, the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. You have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had. Even it's a Jupiter Djinn flying across the bridge. Yep. He doesn't. Well, the judge wasn't there. It was his little brother. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're one cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Oh boy. So we didn't get a penalty. That was awesome. The witness will now return to her testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright, let's try it again. I just wanted to see what was happening. What would happen? All right, let's go again. It's all. Oh no, it's not all Venus Djinn. I can't believe we're looking at this again. I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth. Very well. All right then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? Okay. The sketch is a complete Fuck, I chose the wrong one again! Oh man, that was so dumb. I pressed down one too many times. Fucking hell. Ah man, let's pass through this all again. Killer Queen bites Sadasto. I did the major goof up. Let's try it again. It all comes back to this. Oh, I can't believe. Alright, let's try again. It's a complete contradiction. Don't select anything else. Ah, there you go. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I meant, Your Honor. Lois Dunham stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Contradicts reality? Oh god. Ah, this this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, try. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? Okay, so it was mentioned by the judge, but... it's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ah, is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Thank you for the photo, Mr. Gatto. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appeared to be above the guard wires. Very true. But Byleth still has the power of goddess in anime. True. God, I love this song. Actually, I love most of the Ace Attorney soundtrack. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, Jumping Jehoshaphat! The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order, order, order! The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Cloris, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility, but then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? No, that's wrong! Will you be able to break through my arguments? Oh shit, wait, this isn't Danganronpa 2. Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Loris was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larry must have been at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why I remember the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in this sketch go up instead of down. Ah! Ugh. No way. Loris Dunham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Loris Dunham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Pursuit is playing, you know what that means. Of all the things to say, a pendulum. DK, Donkey Kong. And then there's Chunky. He's dead. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Objection. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the criminal would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, the criminal... They didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of the criminal. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? And the meaning of this is... If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste. What level was Gym 7? The ace was 44 BBR, if I'm not mistaken. So they tied the wire around Elise Dunham's body. I'm gonna swing. Nice throw! Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Lol. Ah. Well. Yes, Gatto, drink that coffee. Mr. Gatto! Seems that Mr. Gatto is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Alright, it seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Yes. Yes, possible or impossible. That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? I do, Mr. Gatto. Thanks for asking. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, what was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now, that was the spot where the criminal... Yeah. Now, let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What? What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests our body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. Dude, did Phoenix just pulled an Edgeworth? Actually, objection, dumbass. Haven't you heard? You absolute failure. Did Gumfuck not tell you? I need to watch that as soon as this is over. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. Yep. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this bloodstained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Elise Dunham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found. Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Phoenix just used facts, logic, and physics to destroy Gatto and Iris's testimony. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Yep, I knew it. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Gatto? Why is your theme playing? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Wright. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? Hold on. Again, just making sure everything's fine over here. Yep. Alright, here we go, boys. This part, things get spicy. And what would that be? The aroma. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. Nope, he just, it's his stand, golly. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffeenese. Can you elaborate a bit more? What a quote! What a quote from our boy Phoenix. criminal had sent the body to the other side like you said. And hey, Skets, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. I remember that one X-Men film when Cyclops came into court and threw coffee at a man. Happens all the time, man. Then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross the ski bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Gatto is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Asakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Hold on again. Seriously, like, YouTube is just a little harder to keep track of than all the others. Oh yeah, Gatto. Oh yeah, forgot. Coffee and TV is the greatest stando. Yes, nice. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Ladies and gentlemen, there could only be one person. Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Objection. Trite. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? Yep. On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but I have you, Mr. Gatto. This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I've established how the body was moved using the burned out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Objection. Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is? There's no one besides Iris that could have received that corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach during this trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. Oh boy. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case. Oh, good day, Liz. Yep, 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
Die. The honor's all mine. Oh, the honor's all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. Dude, fucking hell, Gatto, please. Fucking hell. Another great quote. What a boss! What? Order, order, order!
Wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
Yep. You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Quran channeling technique flows within that body. The Quran channeling technique? Oh, now where have I heard of that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. Objection. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled that night. There were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. Gato, this is Japanifornia. Yep. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me the hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Wright? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. That's true. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to the Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. Ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Yeah, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off, way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? But what if I tell you that's exactly what happened? Hey! Vsauce. Oh god, what am I doing? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself! Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. That's exact. Nani? Isn't Joseph the one who says that? I'm pretty sure it's Joseph. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was Miles Edgeworth. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? Earthquake?
Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might...
Right, Edgeworth is a scaredy cat when it comes to earthquakes. How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. I'll see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession? Permanently retired.
Ah. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne.
I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time I'll end it. For her, and for myself. And so the first of 3 parts is over. Let's keep going, guys. Also, fuck Dahlia Hawthorne. All my homies hate Dahlia Hawthorne. Just wanted to say that. And I shall end it thus. Oh god. February 10th, 1:06 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. You know, this game takes place in 2018-2019. Yes, I know, but you know what I meant. This game takes place in 2018-2019. Canonically, this case occurred last year. Let's just keep going. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. Alright, here we go, boys.
The whole plan began with my death.
What a start!
Like, the whole plan began with my death. That is all you need to know. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, and it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes, you have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's my rule. Stragado's correct, and by the way, that's my rule as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? Alright. You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet up with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan?
Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well.
Holy shit, your family is fucked up! Dying is painful like dying. Your family is fucked up.
Even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of crime?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
Yeah, talk about it. You and your twin sister Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The real horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams on that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family.
Jesus fucking Christ. So yeah, remember when I said that this case is the linchpin of the entire trilogy? I wasn't kidding. Maya would have to die, but why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of master. That's all.
That's ridiculous!
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fay as well.
How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the ladder and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger sister, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Oh boy. Oh god. Sorry, I have to take a break for a second. This is just too much to read. Oh boy. Alright, let's go. Let's keep going. What the hell? Okay, sorry, something just deposit large amounts of glass just outside my window. The plant went wrong but went right, confusion 100. Yep. You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped, Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd! Maya's she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, but being the kind and gentle soul that you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself, for my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead?
Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was?
Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey.
Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge.
Revenge? It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. We all know what's coming. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
I somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I've suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized.
Hey, I think Dahlia is dead. Unsure if that's clear. Yeah, it's a 50-50 shot, Golly.
I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plan.
Just for that? For that you would kill Maya?
Yes.
Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Heartless, summons Keyblade. Actually, now that I think about it, Dahlia would be a heartless. The darkness in her heart.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night. At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So, it was Elise Dunham who channeled her after all. Oh, I didn't remember this part, actually. This should be interesting. I actually legit didn't recall this.
That ridiculous Hedna never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
Well... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed? So many stabs.
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped you would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. Yes. Mess with Maya. I don't know. You fill in the blanks, I guess.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow, I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Nice, golly. Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the Haynes roll in gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped.
Yep.
But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris.
She said she'd come to make sure the Sacred Cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the Sacred Cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fay.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way! Jesus Christ, dude. Dahlia, I forgot how fucked up you actually were. Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous! That's nonsense!
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fay has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
I'm about to call Luigi and trap this bitch in a painting. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
The idea that she's still in the Sacred Cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place where she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River. Hopefully it's Luigi's Mansion 3 one so he can slam her into the ground multiple times. Yes.
Maya Fay killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever.
Wow, okay.
So, what do you have to say now, Beanie?
Ugh. Let's go! Comedic timing. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. Of course it is. Let's just appreciate the ringtone, alright? Alright, let's get going. You thought that was my phone? Dude, that would have been so good if both phones had the same ringtone and started ringing at the same time. Dude, that would have been amazing. What kind of ringtone is that? An awesome one? Gato here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the Sacred Cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fay? It was the accused, Sister Iris. No, it isn't. It isn't. My ringtone, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to play it for you really quickly. Let me just mute the emulator so that you guys can hear it just really quickly. Just really quickly, guys, I'm sorry about this. Because it cannot be described with words. Pretty sure I know where it is. Let me see, here. There we go. This, ladies and gentlemen, is my ringtone. I mean, what else could it be? What else could my ringtone be? Seriously. It's a good choice, come on. But anyways, back on track. This isn't a Danganronpa stream.
Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just got finished telling you that.
So what about Maya? Where is she? At one point, fragrance of the dark-colored coffee was my ringtone, though. There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No! It can't be!
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No! Oh, Phoenix. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Let's go. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. No. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunham, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Ha. Gato, come on, save the situation, my dude. Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Gato? According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
That's right. That's where she jumped from.
Oh, wait. I think I know what he's about to say. But that's impossible. Bet you thought it's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Yeah, Gato. Let's see, Hazakura Temple map. Yep, because it has a rocky surface. Get fucked, Dahlia. Don't get your panties all twisted up, trite. Another fantastic quote. Jesus Christ, they're just pumping them out left and right. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Yes, I do. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below this cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh! You're right! She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out.
You! No!
Dahlia, you tried. Order! Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body's at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne,
Have you ever heard this one before?
once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you are talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Oh boy. Oh boy, the ultimate punishment. Oh shit. I mean, she is kind of like Junko. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is in this very instant? Maya is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What?
What time is it? Waluigi time? You say she's here in my courtroom? It's Waluigi time. You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. Oh, I was close.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye. That pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did. But who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? Yes. I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. And that someone, ladies and gentlemen, is our dear old Maya. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it. And Misty Faye's gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye.
What? What?
But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path to the inner temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean that's when she channeled me?
All along you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you!
Don't say that!
Oh damn, she kinda pissed.
You're saying that I was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious?
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. This was the only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well,
Me, of course.
Mia! Oh, dude, this part is so satisfying. You were played for a moron, you utter failure. Haven't you heard, you absolute failure? Did Gumfuck not tell you, salary cutting noises? Your garbage excuse for an hypothesis? I'll shove my entire crowbar up your ass. Because, why, little bitch? Because it's fucking wrong. Why, little bitch? Well, would you take a look at this updated autopsy report?
Ya Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Gardo's like, oh, I drank too much coffee for this shit. I drank way too much coffee for this shit. So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Ah, there's something else.
But what? What are you doing here?
The hair. It's Pearl's, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye! Actually, Maya had lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
Maya with the 1000 IQ plays. Seriously, Maya's just the smartest person in this case, and you can't convince me otherwise.
She did that? I can't believe it! Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
She hadn't done it. Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else.
Pearl.
By one Pearl Faye. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you! I won't forget this!
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
Burn?
What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, bud. After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid elf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Yep. Well, I'm still alive, but you're a failure. No. You're weak, you're disgusting, I hate you, give me $200. You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. Like you fucking deserve. You get what you fucking deserve! It's a one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. Damn. Dude, Phoenix deserved that one-liner. Honestly, yeah, Phoenix truly deserved that. One stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You! Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now this. You've messed up again! You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Fey? Mia Fey!
Oh god, she's pissed.
You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death.
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. You can chill.
What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you because you were already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. Bruh, the roasts are real! Alright, the roasts are real. Also, sorry, Golly, because it's pretty late. I'm not allowed to drink coffee this late by doctor recommendation. So, sorry, I can't drink the coffee at the scene. But I'll join you with my water if that's a good replacement. Sorry, again. I wish I could, but it's just too late to do it. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp.
You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. Exactly, do it. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Context is needed, so feel free to screenshot this. I'm gonna give you guys some time. All right. Half standards. Oh boy, she oh yeah, this part. Welcome to Exorcist Part 30. There she is.
I'm not ready to go.
And so... there it is. It's over. Dahlia is gone. And not gonna lie, I like Maya with that hairstyle.
Nick, sis.
Ha. Epic prank on a spirit. Maya! Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Iris! Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Gatto, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems.
I'm sorry to say, Your Honor, but even though we cast Dahlia Hawthorne out of this mortal realm, there's still one huge question. Who killed Misty Faye?
It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Could you imagine, though, in later games, if someone channeled Dahlia and she went after Phoenix? Dude, I would flip my shit if that happened.
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Quran channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult?
I have seen quite a few things in my years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place on its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world.
Also, sorry if you can hear something in the background.
First, we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Azakura Temple.
Objection!
I knew it. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Gatto?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What?
Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony.
Huh?
Dolly's testimony. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dunham. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over?
Drink. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way!
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place.
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she's been through.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve! But
That's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough! This court is now in recess. Well, well, well. Oh, hold on. Just checking if everything's fine again. Yes. February 10th, 2:56 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 1.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the secret cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today, to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dolly had come with me to Hazakura Temple.
Man. I fucking love Iris, man.
I always loved her. Dolly was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dolly's half-sister, Valerie, ended up...
That was the case that wounded me so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspect that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You mean...
Yes, 2 defense lawyers. Mia Fey and Diego Armando.
There it is. The connection.
After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dolly even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunham, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away.
I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but...
Yeah, there it is.
The
path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
Exactly.
We can't just leave the body here. Alright, let's do this as you say. As you said. They did the pendulum. The sword was still in there.
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
Hey, welcome back, DVR. We're entering in the last phase of the case. Why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shikishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and staff's blade. Staff's blade.
God, sorry. I tend to mix like the words sometimes.
And left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Defendant?
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you later.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me.
So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix.
Mia! How is Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Dunham really was?
Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer.
Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still,
I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the criminal was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. Pretty much everything. Well, want the short version or the long version, Satan? Because I can talk for about 10 minutes straight. But you missed pretty much everything. This is the last part. It's 3 parts, we're going on to the 3rd part. So, to start things off, you were right, Larry's sketch was upside down. The body was carried over by pendulum. Like you said, it was swinging, not flying. Iris testified, but it turned out to be Dahlia. Dahlia Hawthorne, yeah. She was being channeled by somebody, but we didn't know who it was. Hold on, guys, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Where was I? Oh yeah. So Dahlia was being channeled by somebody, as she testified. She revealed their big plan, Morgan Fay's plan, to kill Maya, to put Pearls in the place to become the next master of the Korean channeling technique. And Dahlia went along with it because she wanted to take revenge on Mia by killing her younger sister. However, you're studying for your word test. Alright, fair enough, Golly. And we later find out that the one who channeled good old Dahlia was not Pearls, like she suspected, but instead it was Maya herself. With a brilliant move to keep herself safe. And that way, Dahlia would never know what happened to Maya. So, to recap, we're going into the last phase of the trial. Maya is alright, she's safe and sound, and she's going to testify now about what happened during the time of the murder, that she saw. She saw everything. Phoenix is going at it alone. Nobody else is going to be with him against Gato. And Dahlia is pretty much done and over with, so at this point, all that is left is figuring out who killed Misty Faye. That is the last thing we need to know. That's the abridged version. Sorry, it took a little longer than I expected. Anyways, let's keep going.
The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. Oh yeah, and Maya already learned that her mother is dead. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was. Oh, what happened, man? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Also, it is said that the killer was stuck on the inner temple side. So, whoever it was couldn't cross. Let's do this. The final part of the game, my favorite trial section. I said earlier that the one with Edgeworth and Francisca is my favorite. And in terms of an actual trial, hold on, guys. Sorry about that. In terms of an actual trial, yeah, the one between Edgeworth and Francisca it's the best of the game. But this trial section is my favorite for another reason. Let's go. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, this was a thing. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... Due to time constraints, the full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say for certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. Uh-oh. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Sorry guys, I thought I heard something. You got your criminal report from the city, which is good, but on my way back, not only my bicycle was clammed, but also because of people. Oh, damn, that sucks. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness. There she is. Witness, please tell us your name and occupation, or profession, whatever.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. offices.
Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Quran channeling technique. To fix that on the fly, which was meant for me walking home the entire way. That is 30 minutes. Oh, damn. Yeah, that sucks. That absolutely sucks, dude. I'm sorry.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see any...
Objection!
Yeah. Straighten up this moment, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But I...
Right, remember what Diego Armando said? The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. Yeah, you should. This part is sublime. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Or Maya. I really feel bad for her, though. At the Inner Temple. Alright, sorry about this.
I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened.
Oh. Wait, is everything going alright? Yeah.
Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. Then I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been with the staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all.
I feel so bad for Maya during this whole thing. Right, she was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room. Who else was on the inner temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hasakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Suddenly someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Phoenix about to open a can of whoop ass on that person. Well, not really, because that person is already dead and gone from this world.
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry. I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? I think I can leave her alone on this. Considering the conditions at the crime scene, it's not surprising she didn't see her attacker. So it looks like even you've got some compassion. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Dunham, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern.
Yeah, that's true. What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Hey, welcome back, Ollie. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2.
That's Maya. That's 100% Maya, alright.
You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
I think I screamed, "Help me."
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I felt that it was my last hope.
Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? What was that last hope? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming for help.
Ah! What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh? Witness! Witness! Are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behold, behind the attacker there was another person!
I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Ah, it takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. Medic! Yep,
A ton of pressure.
you're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness! The information you just presented is vital to the case. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back really quickly. We're back. Let's go. I want you to add it to your testimony. Alright.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern.
No, don't do it! Alright, yeah, this is pretty obvious. A lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit during the night of the crime.
Objection!
Stop, he's back. So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Dunham, otherwise known as Misty Faye or your mother.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed this huge problem with her testimony. Yes.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Order in the court! Mr. Gatto, explain this! Drink, oh, not drink, okay. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait. Café au lait? Is that even legal? Oh my god, that's beautiful. Let's keep going. Yep. Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick.
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker? God dang it. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of the attacker in front of her.
No.
She looks like she's throwing up every time she opens her mouth like that. Order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying this face saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Gatto. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. Well, lightning did strike. Yeah, but I don't think it works like that. Besides, lightning struck way later. And now, you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? Welcome back again, Beefy. There's only one conclusion that I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Maya, don't do this. Don't make this harder on me. Ah, you talk a good game, Wright, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. Cry some more! Cry some more. Alright, let's go.
No, Nick, don't! Please, stop.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. Okay, just for the record though, it works like that. When lightning strikes, everything seems like day for a split second. I know. But the lightning strike... Yeah, the lightning strike was later. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you said Miss Faye saw in the darkness? Ladies and gentlemen, the true killer of Bridge to the Turnabout, the murderer of Elise Dunham, is none other than Gatto. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? Francisca. Yes, absolutely. What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? Gatto. It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests... Wait, how? What? Exactly. That all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? This is... It can't be. Ah. That was a nice bit of deduction. Right. There it is! There it is! Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order! Prosecutor Gatto, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ah. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? Now, are you prepared? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason.
What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the?
Objection.
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but...
Oh boy.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. All of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
That's fair, actually.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. As Mr. Gatto said, you're utterly exhausted.
Figured it out. From the volume of his biceps. Hold on. Alright, sorry about that, guys.
No need to apologize. As Mr. Gatto said, you're literally exhausted, blah, blah, blah.
It was the lantern. The true killer is Arnold Schwarzenegger.
It's only natural that you will be a little confused.
The killer is Cars.
Also, if you consider the situation you describe, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the criminal was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Alright, here we go. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. The killer is Phoenix Wright. Absolutely. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple
Could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too.
Dio! Ho, mukate kuru no ka? So the killer carried mine to the inner temple. Got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
It looks like she doesn't even have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Ho ho! The torches were lit and the body was gone. The torches were lit?
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple. Maya.
Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
All the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area collapsed and ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. You could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. And here we begin to see again the little twitches, the little tricks, the little, quirks of this case. We've been teased about this. Like, we have been told about this over and over and over again throughout this game. Somebody can't see red things on white backgrounds, just saying.
But I think this will help explain then.
Alright. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But you earlier very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Exactly!
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. His sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden.
She may have thought that you had done it. Now you're going to jail. No! No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened.
But we have a problem now because, well, Maya is still written on that thing. The body of Elise Dunham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. I didn't. That was a joke too. I'm dead. That's right, it was me. Why did I do Goofy for a second? You monster! It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that still seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Gatto. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't he wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. I'm dead. Order, order, order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Because the killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Gatto, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who could that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Again, the man himself, Gatto. Exactly. We are not most men. We are mercenaries. Mr. Gatto, this is what you said yesterday. Oh, hold on, guys. I'll be right back again. Alright. I'm back for a short period of time. After that, I'm gonna leave again, and then I'm gonna be here permanently until the end of the stream. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Oh no. Golly. Why? But why, golly? Yeah, I'll be going now again, as I said, short time. Alright, back. And now we're back for good until the end of the stream. Let's keep going. We're so close to the end. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Gatto? Isn't that right? Leon. This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. Oh, don't worry, Satan. Things get interesting. This lantern, there's something written on it. What? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. He said his sword was this big, and I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a collab post on my twitter.com. Leon Kawada got a small ass sword. It's the size of Monokuma, but it's way smaller. Mr. Gatto, just admit it. There are certain colors you can see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Très Bien. This is the apron the delightful Miss Byard was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on it. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Gatto. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. Exactly, Satan, you're getting it. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. And you wanna know the crazy part? Golly already said it before, but Red White was the name of Mia's killer. That is all I wanted to say. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can see them? So then, Mr. Gatto, are you admitting it? Exactly! This case is phenomenal! Are you admitting you couldn't see the red writing on the lantern? Chug. Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. Of Blue Corp, yeah. There it is. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Gatto is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Gatto, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunham, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true, however, once again Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Ramps. Come on. How does the little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written on there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If they wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area?
Yes, why didn't they take just that area? Ah! Could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. They would have been able to see fine.
It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Gatto?
Exactly. Maya.
Wait! Just wait a minute!
Maya!
What is it, witness?
Mr. Gatto isn't the killer! After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya. Boom, look at that. No shield. That looks... Oh god, shut up, Colby. You can't testify to something like that.
Why? Why do you mean? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
Didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. She was channeling Dahlia Awthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Gatto no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ah, nicely done, Wright.
Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But that little girl was there at the inner temple, too.
Wait a second.
Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side that night.
Wow, okay.
The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Gatto arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
The most adorable being in the history of Ace Attorney. Well, actually, no, I think it's a tie. No. Round of applause for Golly's amazing copy pasta. Please, somebody copy that. Please, somebody copy that. Copy that and send it to me in a DM. Please, I need that. Alright. Copy the whole thing, by the way. So yeah, as I was saying, Pearl Faye might be the most adorable thing in... most adorable being in all of Ace Attorney. What? I know it does. Anyway, I was talking about Pearl being the most adorable being on Ace Attorney, but no, that's a tie. Sorry, I forgot about a certain other character we're gonna meet actually in the next game, Apollo Justice.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, while I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's way more honest. She is a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ah. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. The hobo. Dude, don't diss. Alright? Don't diss the hobo. He's a fucking badass.
Got it.
Let's just move on to the cross-examination. if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started. Alright, let's go. Thank you, Satan. I have already received a DM. Anyway. So where did you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess.
I know.
There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place?
It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Dunham. This theme is bopping. She searched the entire inner temple site end to end?
Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple site has two structures, the training hall and a spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
There was a storage shack too? You're waiting for something else? Oh, I didn't read that one. I don't diss he's a badass, and I'm saying he's the cutest character than maybe Clavier. I'm waiting for something else. Yeah, fair. Would she have really examined the storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
Exactly. Next day when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge.
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep at well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? When Mr. Gatto arrived at the inner temple for the first time, alright? So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Gatto? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question?
That's right, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touché, Miss Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Gatto?
Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I would have never visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So you had never visited Hazukura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Ah, you want to say something trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Gatto's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is.
Very well, please go on with your testimony.
Wright is going ham on this one. Yes, because he knows what's at stake.
After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over on the inner temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Gatto.
And if you haven't noticed, he's alone. Not Pearls, not Mia, and certainly not Maya. Nobody's on his side. Just him. Just him against Gatto. And that's what makes it amazing. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. He cheered her up? Okay.
That's what Pearlie said. She said that he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Gatto.
Yeah.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Ah, cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is there aren't many places to look in the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Gatto style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Alright, cheering Pearls up, that's pretty useless, but Gatto's investigation. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. I'm not saying that cheering Pearls up is useless, but the fact of asking about it is useless. Oh my god, yes! Yes! Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. Damn! Calm down, Phoenix! The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Ah, yes! The curry-riddled hanging scroll. Poor Pearl. Western tastes? Could you find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So from there, you headed for the prep room.
Yeah. Wait a sec. What did Gatto say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Gatto when the murder was taking place? Yeah. He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dunham. Let's see. The next day, Alright, I think it's on the 4th statement, this one. That's when Mr. Gatto arrived at the inner temple for... Right! Because he could not have known! Yep, there it is. Mr. Gatto, the first time you crossed this bridge and went to into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Gatto's right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Gatto, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes.
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, it's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark...
And you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye in there.
True, but Mr. Gatto described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Gatto, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Wright? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course Mr. Gatto knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
It has to be here. Opened once before. Those 3 words. Man, they just do it. My predictions are almost are 30% right. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you're saying this crafty killer is me? You bet I am! You just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right! Mr. Gatto couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If you really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center! Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor, such as Mr. Gatto. Order, order, order! Mr. Gatto, you're under fire again! This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life. Exactly the questions. His behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Gatto? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Gatto. But for the same reason, huh? Okay, Wright, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fay is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fay together inextricably. Maya's older sister and my eternal mentor in life and law passed away 2 years ago. There's a very good reason with why Maya Fay's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fay's only sister. Mia Fay. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here! Mr. Gatto is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Gatto. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. The name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Yep. Mia Fay's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense lawyer at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault! It's my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself!
Mia, you can't cry yet. Shatter! The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. And one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since that trial. Soon, yep, we met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Oh, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison really did a number on my on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible!
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ah, good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. And that's the truth. There wasn't anyone waiting for him when he woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright.
Huh?
Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
That's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Mia Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crime Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. So that's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls hadn't known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government?
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of the Quran had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all the time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you.
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hasakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean Pearl's?
Don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl,
what are you going to do tonight?
Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
Right! We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. Oh man, oh. We're getting close there. We're getting close, guys. Sorry about this. As Master of Crime, Misty Fey's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to.
What?
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Gato. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense lawyer. But, you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Gato.
Well, trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick! Please don't!
Maya.
I heard the whole thing.
Welcome back, Ollie. You missed the whole spiel. You missed Gato's tragic backstory.
My sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Gato. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Wow, rude. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Fey, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Last testimony of the game. Let's do this.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
What song? The Reminiscence song? If so, yes. The Bitter Taste of the Truth. That song has played already. You missed it. Anyways.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Ah, things break, Wright. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Oh! No, that's coming. That's coming soon. Be ready. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. I kind of forgot that played. How could I? Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Just well then, Mr. Wright. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
And we shall do so. We shall do so. Wait, is my mouse? My mouse is gone. My mouse cursor is gone. I don't know where my mouse is. Oh, crap. Well, okay then. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Alright, see you later, Satan. You're gonna miss the best part, my dude.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them.
Alright, I'm actually gonna skip this because I'm actually running out of time. And I know what to do here. Alright, see you later, man. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What?
So then, that scream came from the killer?
That's gotta be it. Alright.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
Then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
But she couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. True. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Wright. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Yep, the dagger! Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the crime scene. To the scene of crime, or whatever.
Oh, that's right, I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must have been the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Gatto, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Wright. Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Wright. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already a blood stain on it, correct? A blood stain on it. But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be! In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Wright. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance! Well then, we're so close. In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue with your testimony.
Wait a minute!
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Oh boy. Maya!
This dagger, you said it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But, if Mr. Gatto had really been cut with the dagger...
Yep.
His clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Gatto was already there waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Order in the court. What the witness says is true. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge just take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Wright. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Oh, come on. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Wright. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You accuse Mr. Gatto of being the killer. Can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? Here we go, boys. The question isn't whether or not I can prove it. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. Let's go! I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you wanted. Cheers, mate. Cornered. Pursuit cornered. Let's go. That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Gatto? Yep, because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Wright.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I BS my way out of this.
Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there was no blood stain on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Wright. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid a wound? Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be the half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Do it! Yes! It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Gatto, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. It's over. We won. But at what cost? Oh, there's my mouse. Sten name, Mia face, Sten master, Phoenix Wright, Sten power, bullshit! Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Gatto. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me.
You? Yourself?
Yep. I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, and so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? And are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important men involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No. Why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong! You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy, the stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from me as death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. And so it is, Mr. Gatto. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks.
Your wound, it's bleeding.
Ah, did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Bruh.
Okay.
Whew. You've been through this before. You can get through it again. Come on.
Cheers.
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You'd do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Fucking beautiful.
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant,
Yes, Your Honor.
although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
She did say she wanted to tell something to Phoenix.
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me? For what?
For the case 6 years ago. Of course.
This is my favorite part. I mean, Gatto's story is really good, but just this.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 6 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
There we go. Dude, there we fucking go. Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice.
The first time we met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria on this very courthouse. The next time we met her was 6 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 6 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Beanie.
Do I need to say anything? Come on. Do I? Fucking hell, man. I forgot how... Ugh. The first time I played this, I was so happy when she said that. You mean...
That's right. I lied to you. For 6 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance. She couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 6 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you? If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris. Dude, you keep missing the best parts! You keep missing the best parts, Satan, but welcome back. So, recap. Gato was actually the killer. And remember the first case when Phoenix was dating Dahlia and he was protecting her with his life? Yeah, turns out it wasn't really Dahlia.
After spending half a year by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty. Yeah, true. I still believed in you.
Thank you.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. Golly, get the coffee! I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Ah, that's true. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right. Purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Miss Elise Dunham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. This took even longer than I expected, honestly. February 10th, 4:51 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. And it's not even over. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was
Truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean, with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense lawyer could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
Mia,
you've accomplished something I wasn't able to.
Oh, sorry.
I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia,
I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix.
This ending is phenomenal. I've handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Maya!
Nick. Maya.
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Your sister, Mia.
That night when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
But
come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick.
Maya,
How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened?
you were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered.
Yacht!
Francisca!
Still as softy as always, Phoenix, right?
Excellent work, Wright.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Ow, ouch, talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Francisca?
I don't suppose. I'm pretty sure it's Gumshoe. I don't suppose. No, I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry.
What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right?
Yeah, of course.
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good.
No,
Oh yeah. These portraits you painted, they were, really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that it's lacking resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Frenzy? Did I draw you well, too?
Ah! My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to model for me my next picture book, Frenzy's Whiplash Splash. Ah!
Don't get carried away!
Epic. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly!
Right. Yep. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's not for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too.
Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for?
There's only one person. Pearl.
Pearl Fey.
The poor kid. After all, the reasons that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to its tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again.
Oh hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we've got quite the bunch here today. Ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright.
Well, he calls all prosecutors sir, so that's fine.
I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Très bien. Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you crybaby. You're invited too.
Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya. What's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh?
I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But no, none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah, what is it, pal?
Could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick!
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, but you're the... Ah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to.
Hello! February 10th, Hazakura Temple main gate.
Hazakura Temple.
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here. Pearlie's here. She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearlie's not here.
Maya, the hanging scroll.
Someone cleaned it off.
It's got to be pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearlie, why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya.
Oh. God damn, I love pearls.
I swear that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault, that Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I can do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is thanks to everyone who was there for me.
My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. And that's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya! I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini! Your mother, Mystic Misty, is a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurine, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die?
That's the master's talisman!
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take it off. Oh my god! It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's... a photo? Huh? Mother...
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 of you, for 3 when you come back. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... pretty much.
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think?
You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us, huh?
I'll be waiting for you.
Mr. Bikini will take special care of you, huh? Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. Huh? It's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too. Alright, let's see it. Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
It's over. What a finale, dude. You can't top this.
I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master of Kurayan and the office manager of Wright & Co. offices. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
Dude, this game is phenomenal. This game is a masterpiece, honestly. The best of the trilogy, without a doubt.
So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation.
Oh, Pearl. Man, oh man. can we say about this? It's just phenomenal. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. If in the name of love a man will soil himself silly. A happy ending for everyone. And then Apollo Justice happened. And trust me when I say it, that game is dark.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Karine exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Francisca! And this ending theme is just on another level as well.
Jessie and I started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plants to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminal.
God damn it, Ron. But yeah, as I was saying, Apollo Justice, dark.
Mr. Wright, I want to thank you for exterminating Don Tigre. I returned the 500,000 along with a tea set, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Went through compromise.
Their plans just say, lol, don't commit crimes. Epic. But yeah, Apollo Justice, be ready for that, because stuff gets interesting in that game. I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least, that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Nice. You know what I'm gonna give some thoughts afterwards.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Lionel. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adamada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
Yep, everybody's back. That didn't die. That's actually sad.
My, more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back.
She got her update. Yep, she did. Special thanks. And I'm pretty sure there's one more person left. Or not. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Let's see. Yep, there she is!
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
Uh-oh. And there it is. The voice casters. The voice acting of Phoenix Wright's attorney, Trials and Tribulations. Again, I'm gonna say the stuff about this game and the others later, after this credit scene. Gatto's voice was just phenomenal. Objection. And I also really like Francisco's. Okay, here's when I could live without it. But he was made to be annoying, so that's fine. Yeet.
Oh, hey! What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one here is here to greet me. I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what I'm going to do with all this macadamia nuts and... If I brought it back to people, I knew exactly what... I can really accept this, I'm afraid, or something just... I wouldn't...
SMH. We didn't see her in the game. They had to include her somehow. Oh, Larry. I finally found something I love to do. Friends' whiplash splash is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Shut up, Husky. I did it, alright? I think we're nearing the end of the credits. Yep, there it is. And so, the game comes to a close. Oh boy, okay. So, actually no, I wanted to go to a new game. Alright. I do have a couple of problems with the series going forward. The characters that were used in this particular case are so underutilized. Especially, get this, Iris. Iris is gone. After this game, she's gone. She doesn't appear anymore. Not once. Throughout the entirety of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games. There are 5 more games. And Iris doesn't appear in any other. What's the point? What's the point of introducing someone like her and not utilizing her character later? That is something I legit don't get. Another thing that I really don't like is another character that goes missing after the investigations games with Edgeworth. And that is, exactly, but why? And that other character, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pained to say this, it's Franziska von Karma. She does not appear after Edgeworth Investigations 2, which didn't even get localized. We have a patch, but that's it. She appears in 1, Miles Edgeworth Investigations 1, but she doesn't, and appears in 2, but she doesn't appear in Apollo Justice, Dual Destinies, or Spirit of Justice. Franziska is just gone. Where is she? Why? She was such a good character. But yeah, other than that, I have no problems with the series. Okay, so next up in the series of Ace Attorney games is Apollo Justice. And trust me, it's gonna be very, very, very good. I mean, some people really hate the game, and I understand why, but trust me, putting the pieces all together makes the game fantastic. It's my second favorite Ace Attorney game, and I hope you guys will like it too. It's actually a game that was made after Rise from the Ashes. Remember that final case of the first game they added on the DS version? Yeah, so that case is canon in Apollo Justice. And you guys are going to understand very, very quickly that that's the case. But in any case, tomorrow, guys, we'll be back on Twitch. And in fact, this was our last stream on YouTube for a while. So what a way to send it out, huh? The finale of Trials and Tribulations. One of the best games I've ever played. So yeah, tomorrow we'll be back on Twitch with Kingdom Hearts 2, and I'm guessing that'll be all for now. Thank you all for following this amazing series. I had so much fun doing it, and I hope you guys had fun watching it as well. Anyways, guys, that'll be all for now. Thank you all so much for watching. If you like this stream, consider leaving a like and subscribing if you are new to the channel. And if you want to be notified of future uploads on this channel, click that little bell. You know what to do. Also, if you want to join my Discord server for absolutely no reason at all, link is also in the description below. Guys, thank you for sticking with me, and until next time, peace.